Nagyon sok szeretettel köszöntelek benneteket. Most folytatjuk kalandjainkat a Thronebreaker világában ismételten, és hát Engrönben fejeztük be a kalandjainkat, úgyhogy onnan is folytatjuk. Na szóval, ugye a tegnapi rész folyamán felszabadítottuk a fafeldolgozó üzemet, illetve elmentünk megnézni ezt a a mocsárban a tanya belül hitvilágnak volt ilyen véráldozat, ilyen állatokat áldoztak fel, ilyen a mocsári isteneknek, abban vettünk részt, illetve felszabadítottuk ezt az erődítményt. És most itt fogjuk folytatni utunkat dél felé, ahol úgy látni lesz majd pár tünderom, illetve egy kisebb tábor, és már nem sok választ el bennünket a főküldetéstől, Tuzla kastélyától. Hoppá, Nilfgaardiak. Tehát mindenkit el kell pusztítani, és használni kell a hős képességünket. Mi a hős képességünk? Boost the life. Lett ez fordítva, kellett volna kijátszani? Aha.
Pissing in the mort? Oh, you're dead.
Ez nem volt egy nehéz küldetés. Marching orders. Az nem rossz amúgy. Ez kivételesen nem egy rossz lap. De most rendben vannak a lapjaink egyenlőre. Ezt fogjuk fejleszteni, ezt a 3-at. És ha ezekkel kész vagyunk, akkor utána fejlesztünk tovább. Nem hagytunk semmit, akkor megyünk. Tervezzük csak meg az utunkat, itt jövünk, itt bemegyünk ebbe a táborba. Ezek skelligelyek lesznek szerintem. És akkor így jövünk szépen, és akkor erre. Jó. Útjelzőtábla. És akkor itt lehetne jobbra menni, de nem megyünk el jobbra, hanem itt elmegyünk balra.
Meve rode at the front, her eyes fixed on the ground, and thus spotted the pit masked by leaves and branches. She tugged hard on her reins and steered her mount to the side. Alas, the cavalryman behind her did not follow her lead. Leaves rustled, boughs snapped, and the horseman crashed to the pit's bottom, snapping his neck. Moments later, it was clear who'd set the trap, when the forest came alive and a cry rang out.
Kaptok ti gerilla hadviselést? Azt hiszitek, csak ti tudtok ilyet csinálni? Vízben maradhat. Őt újra dobom. Ó, dobos az jó. Ez jó így. De nem kell ez. Szerintem ezt így meghagyjuk. Hát... necces, de... hát nem tudom. Hányat tudunk? Még 2-10-belt újra húzatjuk.
It's a trap!
Nem.
Rally to me!
Wise choice.
I smell a leak.
Alba!
You mad? Don't shake that!
Is that why?
Order!
És akkor...
My favorite cut of lamb? The shank.
begyújtjuk. És akkor fogunk kis dobost kijátszani.
Very gloire!
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Oda éri meg így, na mindegy.
Life is mine now.
Should have listened to me old lady.
Gloire!
Drummer Boyt visszahúzzuk.
Yes.
Left, right, left, right.
Egyenlőre várjunk egy kört.
Destillat Seifel!
Őt megöljük. Idézzünk pár karakter.
Discipline shall bring us victory!
Again and again and again.
One bolt's all I need.
What do you want of me?
Ó, az micsoda?
To the last!
Ezeknek nincs értelme egyenlőre.
This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad hells.
Ennard Fane! Looking to dance, mate?
My spirit's willing and how?
I think you'll really like this one.
Na nézzük, mi az utolsó lapja.
A highly curious case.
Ó, de idegesítő. Na, ezeket is lenyomtuk.
Fall back!
Caught between Lyrian hammer and Skelligan stone, Nilfgaard was shattered, destroyed. The victors now stood eyeing each other. These islanders were not like those Meve had met before. They wore no armor and carried no shields. At their fore stood a man as stout as an ox and bald as an ancient ghoul. His men called him Arnjolf, the patricide.
I thank you for your aid, Arnjolf.
Said Meve, extending a hand.
Aid, she says. Aid? Do you hear that, mates?
The Skelligers exchanged glances, then erupted in roaring laughter.
Not here to help yous. Not at all. We're after killing.
Join me and you shall have your fill.
Join nuisance? Just who the hell are you?
Meve, Queen of Rivia and Lyria.
Meve?
Arnjolf said, his tone sobering.
I know the name. Lippy Goodman called ye bold, praised your courage to the high heaven. So be it. We'll follow ye into fire, wench. Just let us taste of blood. Grant us a death worthy of heroes.
Meve couldn't help but smile, then nodded to accept. The Lyrians stepped aside as tattooed warriors joined their ranks.
Kapunk új lapokat? Enyhén jó! Hadd nézem, mit tudnak. Hát ezt nem fogjuk használni. Ez sem nagyon, viszont a, hogy hívják, az elég jó cucc volt, a hőslap, azt berakjuk. Az se olyan rossz lap. Hol van Arnyolf? Nagyon jó lap, ezt berakjuk. Ezekkel lehetne baromkodni, ezekkel a skeligeiekkel. Aha, és akkor ezeket ki is tudja írni. Ez így könnyebb lesz így megcsinálni őket. Hát az alából húzkodunk egy kört. Melyik a legjobb a skeligei egységek közül vajon? Számomra, hogy rossz lap. Igazság szerint ezek jók lesznek nekünk, mert azokat meg tudjuk öletni magukkal. Ez érdekes lesz, azt kipróbáljuk azt a kombinációt. És nem költjük el a pénzünket rá. Skeligei tábort megnézzük. Ó, fa, az nagyon jó. Majd nézzünk balra le. Hát csak loot, azt hittem, hogy valami értékesebb. De van megint rettentő sok aranyunk van.
The scouts rode at the fore, with Meave right behind them. Their task, to find safe passage for the rest of the force. One among them probed for the quagmire's depth, a pole of 5 ells in hand. Suddenly, all heard a loud clang. The scouts dismounted, then heaved a bronze statue from the mire. Once it was cleaned of slime and muck, Meave instantly recognized its elven handiwork. The sculpture was exceedingly well preserved, save one detail. Someone had removed its face, leaving a black hole in its stead.
Search the environs.
Ordered Meave. Amongst some brambles, they discovered the entrance to a vast tomb. Its doors had been torn open. On the ground before them lay scattered bones, some yellowed with age, others fresh, cracked and tattered from having been gnawed.
Valami szörnyfészek.
Meave stood silent and contemplating at the tomb's threshold. Then, torch in hand, she entered and waded into fetid waters. Her soldiers followed close, arms at the ready, a nervous sweat on their brows. Frescoes on the tomb walls depicted Angren swamps and the beasts that prowled them. 2 words were inscribed over the largest of the horrors: Gwern Iker.
The bloody mistress.
Barnabas Beckenbauer whispered. Suddenly, a roar thundered from deeper inside the tomb. Meave turned from the frescoes to see monstrous eyes blazing in the dark.
Elintézzük őket? Úristen! Hát, azt nem tudom, el tudjuk-e intézni. Elég sok AP-ja van. Ha csak nincs valami olyan szörny, ami üti őt is.
To me! We'll not die this day!
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Aha, tehát ezeket kell majd szeregetnünk ki.
What you looking at?
Aha, és ha elpusztítom, visszakapom az egységemet.
Blood washes away all shame! It's so dark and wet. Why is it everywhere we go is dark and wet?
Her Majesty is exceptional.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
I smell a leak.
As ordered. There's a time to reap, a time to sow.
So much anger and suffering. For what?
Give me it.
For you, pal! Anything.
Hát még nem tudom, melyiket hozzam vissza. Elég valószínű, hogy Xavier-t hozom vissza.
Sorry, turnips back for an encore.
Ó, azaz húzzuk az időt.
I think you'll really like this one.
Necessity. Invention's mum.
Ezzel tudjuk húzni a köröket.
Something from nothing. It's exactly what I do.
Hát igazság szerint beleüthetjük az összeset. Mert hát ha elvisz egy ilyet.
Feel any burning? See a local healer or wise woman.
Abolish to your command.
Na,
I think that's the last of them. But keep your weapons at the ready.
In her torch's feeble glow, the queen examined the beast's corpse. She could not help but to shudder in disgust.
Perhaps it's better,
She thought.
that we faced it in the dark.
At the corridor's end, they found a closed door. Before any could draw near, it opened with a crash. Beyond lay a circular room. Light shone through a hole in the chamber's ceiling, illuminating a stone pedestal and the sword that lay upon it.
The air in here, it crackles with magic,
whispered Isbel. Meve gripped the blade's hilt. A soothing warmth filled her arms and spread across her shoulders. Her tired muscles ceased trembling. Her fingers, stiff as sticks, relaxed. She brandished her prize, the air hissing as the blade sliced through it. She then nodded approvingly. The reward had been worth the risk.
Az angreni kard. Az angreni szabia.
Barnabas Beckenbauer, a gleam in his eye, asked to look at the unsheathed sword. The gnome studied the quillions intently, having spotted an inscription there.
Can you say what's written there?
Asked Meve.
Yes, perhaps. They're clear, the words. Their meaning, not necessarily so. Wieldeth me, and loseth not hope amongst the blood-red waters.
It sounds like a riddle, but I've no wish to solve. We should move on, and quickly so.
Ó, fából készült tengerek. Na nézzük csak meg, mit ad a hős képesség. Hát ez nem olyan jó. 6-os cooldown. Ez rengeteg. Szerintem maradunk a Sihilnél. Ami pont ilyen laphúzós paklit játszunk, az meg ez pont nem jó. Közben ezt kifejlesztjük. És akkor már csak akkor már csak 3 fejlesztésünk van hátra. Hú, ez viszont 3000-be kerül, az nagyon sok. Még valamit kaptunk? Ja, nem, ezeket most oldottuk fel, csak azért mutatja. Még egy? Mit nem találtam meg? Ja, Forager. És a druidák jönnek ide szerintem, úgyhogy ide hozzuk a druidákat. Vagy nem tudom. Na mi ez? Hát igazság szerint döntetlenre hozza ki, úgyhogy... Hát így viszont nem döntetlen. Még jó, hogy nem hagytam itt. Ugye itt felmegyünk. Itt lesz a kis falu. Egyenlőre ezt az altárt nem piszkáljuk. És úgy látom, hogy itt van egy kincs. Mennyinél járunk? Most elég sokat összeszedtünk már. Aha, már csak 2 láda van. Na nézzük meg ezt a kirakót. El kell pusztítani mindent.
I'm a one second.
Az nem tetszik ez a csávó nekem.
One bolt's all I need. Give me a target.
Be ashamed to let this beauty go to waste.
Our ballista, your command.
Aha, értem. Tehát a középen a csávót kell leszedni.
Our ballista, your command. Armor won't save him. One bolt's all I need. Give me a target. Our ballista, your command.
Can use this. Not sure for what yet.
Armor won't save him.
Ilyenkor nem lőnek? Még van egy másik megoldás is ennek. Először is ezt kijátszuk. Befejezzük a kört, kijátszuk a palánkot.
Our ballista, your command.
És ezt megöljük.
Armor won't save him. One bolt's all I need.
Can use this. Not sure for what yet.
Give me a target. Our ballista, your command. Armor won't save him.
Kész is vagyunk vele. Na. Akkor ezt a tábort is összeszedtük magunknak. Nézzünk szépen, mit ajánl még. Aha, ide jelezett. Szedjük össze a dolgokat itt. Lesz egy üzenet. Hogy mit csinálnak. Aha, tehát a Nilfgaardiak el akarják távolítani Coldwell-t. Ugyanúgy, mint mi. Mert nem sok haszna van a Cháveznek. Na jó, egy 10 perc szünet, utána visszajövök és innen folytatjuk. Na, itt vagyok. És akkor megnézzük, mi van itt ebben a kis faluban. Beszéljünk csak ezzel.
Beware! The bloody mistress despises those who kill her servants.
Ugh, we're only winter here. Swamp 'ud freeze over. Kill the skeeters dead. Milady, you've a tick behind your ear. Looks he's about to burst. Milady, you've a tick behind your ear. Looks he's about to burst.
Beware! Beware!
Ó, ez kereskedő. Hát, ha tudnánk fát szerezni. Ó, adjál fát. Oh, 2000 fa. Ez rengeteg. Na te mit akarsz? Adunk neki pénzt. Örüljön. Hát ide megérte bejönni. Hát akkor meg is építjük azt a... Workshop. És 3000 éreszt. Dogs of War teljesítményt értél el. No, hát remekül állunk. Most csak 2 fejlesztés van. Ez. Meg ez. Ami összesen 3500 fa, ami már nem is olyan vészesen hangzik. És akkor itt vannak az új dolgok, amiket kaptunk. A lótolvajok. Van más, amit még nem szereztünk meg? Még 2-nek kéne lennie, de itt van egy. A Alchemista plusz. Meg a Infiltrator plusz. Jó. Ez rengeteg lesz. Rengeteg költség lesz lecraftolni. De hát, jól haladunk. És akkor még 2 láda, ha jól emlékszem, igen. Ide, és akkor még itt fenti falucskát is megnézzük majd.
Your Grace, the charts say we near Tusley.
Angren renders charts helpless to show the way, I fear. Soon we shall halt to sight our exact position. We will know then if our path is true.
As you wish, Your Grace.
Na, még egy útjelző tábla. Itt meg rengeteg kérdőjel. Egyenlőre azokkal nem törődünk, hanem bejövünk ide. Egyenlőre eljövünk ide, de csak azért, mert itt szedjük össze először az altárból a morált. Na nézzünk szépen, mi van itt. Ó, lakodalom, vagy valamilyen rendezvény?
I don't fancy tweets, but you're ever good for pokes, and I'm also with tits.
Meave and the horseman beside her exchanged a perplexed glance. They'd heard the song clearly, both its tune and its verse. Whoever had hollowed it had to be close, and given their diction, rather well oiled. Moments later, a hamlet appeared to the Lyrians' tired eyes. A great bonfire blazed at its center. Around it danced peasants, barefoot, giggling, hooting, joyful and carefree. One by one, they noticed the queen. Soon, all were silent, huddled together, children peering from behind their backs.
Fear not,
Said Meve.
we mean you no harm. What do you celebrate? A lad's grooming? Nuptials?
Nay, my lady. Hell yes. The gods have been kind. Filled us nets and snares with game. Come time we thank them.
Yes. You've things to be thankful for.
We do, my lady. And we's poor folk. So a queen. Well, you must as well. Your Majesty, stay tonight, feast with us. There'll be music and plenty of rum by the fire.
Why not?
Began Meve, daintily dismounting.
We all deserve some respite, I suppose.
The Lyrians needed no convincing. With astonishing haste, they removed mail and helmets, then eagerly joined in the feting and dance. Amidst the trilling of flutes, fifes, and fiddles, all those gathered revelled until dawn. They could rest at last, forget about Nilfgaard and the many beasts that prowled among the reeds. They'd long remember that night. The carefree laughter, peasant maids whirling in dance, the ale cold as a mountain spring, and the bread they crisped over the fire. One exchange in particular etched itself into the Queen's mind, an exchange she overheard.
Not a little? Not even a teeny tiny bit?
I'll say it again. It's not your concern.
Of course it's not. Wouldn't be so damn curious if it were. So be it. Keep your silence. But those eyes like the summer sky, that hair like waves of grain. I see the way you gape.
What do you two speak of?
Your Majesty.
Couldn't have answered that better myself.
Who does Reynard gape at?
Ha! The new ballista, what else? Ah, what a piece of work. Pure art, I say. Can't tear your eyes away for an instant.
Ah, the ballista, you say?
Precisely.
And what sets this machine apart from the rest? The smoothness of its wood? Its graceful curves and dainty angles?
Majesty, if we may, I'd prefer not.
I understand, Reynard. I know men often discuss the qualities of ballistae. Consider me gone.
Meve turned and walked back to the fire, sat down on an old stump.
Ha! That was close. Shh!
And the faintest of smiles crossed her lips. Meve expected the villagers to request recompense for their welcome. Yet the peasants made not the slightest mention of coin, and the queen was much moved by their kindness. Once again, those with the least had proved the most willing to share. The Lyrians did not assemble come the morn. The force marched off in the afternoon, unshaven, unbathed, dishevelled. Not normally one to overlook contempt for discipline, that day Meve understood even soldiers needed to let their guard down, at times.
Na, szóval Reynardnak tetszik a kis hercegnő, királynők? Úristen. Na, beszélgessünk.
Admire, admire, ample harvest yield, for our mistress all need be kneeled. Round my garden appeared an eager leech, and I offered a drink, Admire, round my garden appeared an eager leech, and I offered a
Ugly bad, play us more your prose. Sing again, we'll dance a bit, and then we'll fix your nose. Ugly bad, ugly bad, ugly bad.
Az igen. Azt meg egyenlőre itt hagyjuk ezt a altárt.
The cavalry rode at the head of the column, the queen amongst them speaking with her scouts. Suddenly she heard a cry. It seemed a command, and indeed all the horses reared, throwing off their riders. Then in a frenzy they galloped into the woods. Meve too was cast off and landed with a thud of her ribs. As she struggled to rise, her eyes met those of the fair-haired druid.
One who feeds the marsh gods the blood of animals
The druid yelled furiously.
is unworthy of beasts, deserves not their aid. Let this be a lesson to you, cruel queen!
It took Meve some time to gather her wits. Then she sent a unit in pursuit. The soldiers returned empty-handed, having found neither druids nor mounts. The forest had slowed the men's progress, roots binding their legs, obscuring footprints. There was naught the queen could do but bite her lip and hiss a curse.
Hát ezt most megszerezzük. És visszamegyünk a altárért. Jó, hogy elköltöttük azt a fát, amit tudtunk. Tehát innen nincs visszaút. Hol van itt? Itt van. Hát nem tudom, hogy ide el lehet-e jönni. Hát még egyszer megnézzük, de... Hát nem tudom. De itt már nem fogunk tudni átmenni oda. Jó, szerintem ide nem tudunk, majd innen kell jönni szerintem valahonnan. Legalábbis remélem. Hát... Jó van. Akkor menjünk, csináljuk.
In Angren's swamps, one can easily lose one's way. Thick fog fills the air, paths end without warning, dense thickets obscure the distance. The sole way to determine one's position is to climb a tree and peer out over the canopy. This duty fell to Meave's scouts, while the force halted below. During one such delay, Meave caught the words she'd longed to hear.
Majesty! Tuzla Castle! Its tower! I see it!
To her soldiers' astonishment, Meave cast off her gauntlets and started up the nearest trunk. She longed to see the castle for herself, for then she would know sweet vengeance was at hand. The climb proved tricky, as the trunk was slippery and the branches, run through with rot, were frail. Yet Meave showed herself to be skillful and spry. As a child, she had loved to scale trees, much to her governess' dismay. Meave looked out to see a mighty stone tower outlined against the horizon. Legend holds Tuzla Castle was to have had 3 such bastions. Yet King Ragbard, the fort's benefactor, had forsaken the effort when yet another stone transport simply sank into Angren's boggy roads. It was a moment of respite for Meave, a moment of quiet joy. She breathed and tasted air free of the bog stench. She took in silence undisturbed by the hum of mosquito swarms. And she relished her prospects. The coming battle against Caldwell. The soldiers stood exhausted and filthy, many with raspy coughs, all sick of the meager gruel. But with the command to advance, a new strength sparked within them. Their step was lively, a fire burned in their eyes, each hoping to spill Caldwell's entrails, then dash them upon the fort walls. Yet as they drew near the stronghold, perched atop a stone isle, their verve dwindled, enthusiasm waned. They had taken fortresses with thicker walls, taller towers, and manned by more men. Yet they'd never seen nor laid siege to a fort standing on land so ill-suited. To rush the bulwarks through waist-deep mud, was this even possible?
Prove I was no fool to keep you at my side,
said Meave, turning to Gascon and Reynard.
A slaughter I must avoid. How will I do it?
Your Grace,
began Reynard.
Set our machines to sling boulders. At the west wall, it's weakest. 'Tis our best chance at a breach.
Our men'll need cover,
added Gascon.
Reeds we must harvest and burn. Smoke will cloak us, conceal us from the castle's defenders.
Good,
agreed the Queen.
Now get to work.
Amidst billowing blue smoke, Lyrian footmen rushed through the breach wrought by Reynard's catapults. Though she had yet to forgive her companions, Meave had to admit they'd given her sound advice.
Csapjunk le.
Caldwell!
Oh.
I've come for your head!
I knew you'd come. Your lofty pride presages another dramatic fall.
Life is mine now.
You mad? Don't shake that!
Left, right, left, right.
Wise choice.
Ez nagyon jó.
My pain serves a purpose.
Come on, kill me!
Is today the day?
Na, megnéztünk szkeligeieket.
Order!
Looking to dance, mate?
Quick and painful this'll be. Their archers shouldn't be any more trouble.
Nilfgaard!
You sure about that?
Addig jók vagyunk.
In retreat!
For the last! Yeah!
March on, march on.
For the Queen!
Caldwell, I've come for your head.
I knew you'd come. Your lofty pride presages another dramatic fall.
Watch your heads!
Wise choice.
Left, right, left, right.
Blood washes away all shame!
Her Majesty is exceptional.
Order!
Again and again and again.
Give me a target. There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Quick and painful this'll be. Their archers shouldn't be any more trouble.
Life is mine now. You sure about that?
Her Majesty knows what she's doing. We must exploit the breach in their fortifications, Your Grace. Got a death wish?
For the Queen! God save the Queen! To the last! Yeah!
No one touch him! The Count is mine!
Many of Maeve's victories have been immortalized in poetry and song, but not the fall of Tuzla. Lyrians fought Lyrians. Brothers killed brothers, in rain and mud, midst a cursed swamp. Certainly nothing to inspire a bard. Near the battle's end, Maeve stormed the great stone tower to which Caldwell had fled. The Queen ascended the stairs, dealing blow after blow, blood cascading down in her wake. She reached the top floor to find the Count waiting, with no intention to defend himself.
If it's mercy you expect, you'll be sorely disappointed.
Mercy? I know you all too well for that, Maeve. Ever vindictive and cruel.
All this from a paragon of knightly virtues. You stabbed me in the back, Caldwell, and used Willem to do so. My son!
Who agreed without a moment's hesitation? Forsaken by your own son, your flesh and blood. What's that say about you?
Oh, you tread on thin ice. Choose your next words carefully.
Spare me your threats. You'll kill me all the same.
Death can come in many ways, Count. Some quick, some slow.
My, how you strut and vaunt. Terribly sure of yourself. Perhaps too sure.
Your castle is mine. I've crushed your force. I dare say no, I'm not.
Precisely my point. Don't you see? The Empire's not one army, it's dozens, hundreds. It's what I strove to knock into that thick dome of yours. Alas, you're too much a dullard. Soon as I'd learned you'd crossed into Angren, I sent for reinforcements. They'll be here soon. 3 regiments, armed to the teeth.
Nilfgaardians seem ever to have the upper hand, yet I find the means to defeat them.
Not this time, Maeve. Nilfgaard comes in numbers. 10 Imperial footmen to each and every one of yours. You'll not win, nor can you flee. Do you know why?
Enlighten me. I dare you.
But one bridge leads to Tuzla. As it happens, I ordered it raised as you laid siege. The swamps around the castle are too deep to cross. Try to rebuild the bridge, the Imperial troops will arrive before you can finish. Your men they'll slay as you watch, and then they'll wring your neck.
I wouldn't be so pleased were I you. You won't live to see this outcome.
I know that, but I take heart in the truth. Though the castle you've seized and will likely kill me, I've won. Outsmarted you, Maeve. Twice now. And you know what? 'Twasn't even that hard.
With those words, with his arrogance and contempt, Caldwell had gone too far. The Queen gripped his shoulders, pushed. Caldwell stumbled backwards, then tripped out the window. A blood-chilling shriek filled the courtyard, then broke off abruptly.
Now fool me thrice. Try.
Maeve slapped the dust from her hands. The traitor had met a deserving end at last. Yet this was no time to revel in the Count's demise. If Caldwell had spoken the truth, the Queen and her army were in grave danger. Maeve's scouts quickly confirmed the traitor's claim. The bridge was indeed in flames, and Nilfgaardian regiments were advancing from the south. Now to confirm if there was truly no other route by which they could flee, the Queen ordered her men to ask the local peasants. One of their number, a stable hand who'd lived near Tuzla all his life, claimed a secret path led out the back of the stronghold.
King Ragbard himself ordered it built. Had him drop great stones into its swamp, one after another, like beads on a string. Bitter water covers them, so you can't see nowt at start. Can make 'em out if you go proper slow, though.
What is it?
The stones, they lead to Isgith. And there, my lady, lurks an evil worse nor any black-clad army.
What? A beast of some sort?
Some say beast, others god. Gurnikora, they call her. And you'll yet see, my lady. Isgith shines red with her blood.
A silly tale to frighten children, Maeve thought at first. Then paused. For something about the man's voice made his every word believable.
None too encouraging, yet preferable to certain death. Tell me, from Isgith, will we reach the banks of the Yaruga, near Red Lobenden, perchance?
Aye, your majesty. You need but head north. And pray all along the way.
Soon, Maeve stood where the stable hand had said she should, at the edge of a vast marsh. Carefully, she dipped a foot into the broth and probed for solid ground. Sure enough, she found stone. One cautious step, then another. Meve slowly strode off towards Isgith. With the path to Isgith hidden from view, Meve proceeded like one blind, moving solely by touch. With each step, she could not know if she would find rock or plunge beneath the black water's surface. The Queen's soldiers followed single file, carefully mirroring her every move. The Lyrians, near the end of their strength, got lucky when a light breeze dispersed the fog to reveal dry land. The Queen let out a sigh of relief.
At last.
Meve kicked off her boots to empty them of water and mud, then promptly screamed.
Ah!
Her legs were in leeches, slimy, bloated leeches. Ignoring the pain and trickling blood, she frantically tore them from her legs, wishing to be rid of them. Having plucked the last parasite from her calf, Meve grabbed her boot to crush the bloodsucker beneath her heel. Yet it had already slithered off. She spotted it on the trunk of a birch where, like a very fast snail, it was climbing.
What the devils?
But Meve's words caught in her throat. Leeches and ticks in the dozens dangled from the tree's branches. Some were so gorged on blood that their skin was translucent and on the point of bursting. Meve had some difficulty muting the urge to retch.
The fruit of Isgith,
she muttered, now savvy to the peasants' warnings, understanding why they never ventured into these marshes.
Army's a waste of time for one like me. Is today the day?
Ludicrous! Give me some of that!
Waiting for a personal invitation?
Death is only the beginning!
Not supposed to be any smoke.
Na hát akkor... Öj, de rossz. Ez nem sok hasznát, az jó. Hát, az meg talán így.
What do you want of me?
Come on, kill me!
Are you mad? Don't shake that! You sure about that?
Azt nem...
Oh, could murder a pint.
Száposzoljuk ezt a kört. Nem sok értelmét látom húzni, mert sok vackot kirakott, és kevés alapom, hogy mindent megfogjam. Vaj, dobos, hál' Istennek.
Left, right, left, right.
There's a time to reap, a
Come
time to sow.
Forward march!
Make love, not war.
Ez nem jó. Nem fog halni, mielőtt ki tudom játszani a képességét.
Should have listened to me, old lady. This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
És akkor még egy kör van. Hát ezt még lehet pont meg tudom ölni. És akkor itt ezt elpasszoljuk, hát ettől többen nem tudunk csinálni. Na, győzelem. Mi van itt a farakásban? Fát nem moztunk be, de adunk nekik egy kis pénzt, és akkor hagyd nőjön a morál. Úgyis szükségünk van rá, de fát nem adunk be. Tudunk menni északra, meg tudunk menni délre. Elmenjünk északra, nézzük meg jönni. Ezt meg kell javítani. Megjavítjuk, bemegyünk, mert érdekel, mi van itt. Ohó, láda meg banya. Sírbanya. El kell pusztítani, és használni kell a hős képességet. Mi a hős képességünk? Ezt nem tudjuk, mert immun is, ezt nem tudjuk rá használni.
One bolt's all I need.
Tehát ezt felerősítjük.
Give me a target. Our ballista, your command.
Hogy is van ez?
I'm a war servant. One bolt's all I need. Give me a target.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Újra kezdjük.
Give me a target. Our ballista at your command. Armor won't save him. One bolt's all I need. Give me a target. Our ballista at your command. Armor won't save him.
Most két körű nyugi van. Egyszerre a kettőt nem akarom. Azt hittem, hogy kötelező a, hogy hívják ott kihasználni a feláldozós cuccot, de... Tehát aha. Hát, mint a mocsarokban szokás. Letelepszenek, a telepesek. Aztán azt hiszik, hogy minden jó lesz, aztán jönnek a szörnyecskék. Mi az újdonság? Itt. Nem is figyeltem. Jaj, a reinforcement. Hú, az nagyon jó. Decoy helyet berakjuk. Már lassan megvan a fánk a fejlesztésre. Hát igen, az egyik workshopos, azt mondtam, tudjuk is fejleszteni. Jaj, workshopban már csak ez van? Ki is fejlesztjük akkor. És akkor a workshoppal kész vagyunk, és akkor már csak ez marad 2000-ért. Nem állunk messze tőle. Még egy lapnak lennie kell, valamilyen lapot kihagytam. Hát, mikor mi az, úgyhogy valószínűleg átfutottam az egérre. Hát összeszedjük azt. De itt délen ezt meg akarom nézni, ezt a kis falucskát. Arra kász? Hú, de sok minden van még. Puzzle-nek jelzi, hát nézzük meg. Mindenkit el kell pusztítani. Hősképesség nincs. Nem igazán értem ezt a puzzle-t. Aha, tehát én húzok lapot. Értem most már.
Bigger they are, easier they are to target. Thing about slings, they hide well.
Can't take it anymore.
One man's battlefield is another man's ripe patch for harvest.
Aha, most már értem, hogy hogy működik. Ezeket kijátsszuk.
Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
I only loot corpses, except sometimes they're quite fresh.
You can try to win them all, but you won't.
Thing about slings, they hide well.
Can use it. Not sure for what just yet, but can't take it anymore.
Ez egy jó puzzle. Ezeket ki tudjuk játszani, és szerintem szépen sorban mind a kettő.
I've hit the white of an eye from half a league away.
Rájöttem. Rosszul játszom ki én a dolgokat.
Thing about slings, they hide well.
Azt mondja, hogy... Miért nem tudom magam térfelére kijátszani? Akkor nem így kell. Azt hittem a saját térfelünkre kell kijátszani, és a lovasokkal ugye megöletni a sok... De akkor nem értem, hogy hogy tudnánk ezt... Hát ezeket gyengítem meg, ez egyértelmű. Ezeket kijátsszuk. Igazság szerint ezeket itt.
Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
Így.
One man's battlefield is another man's ripe patch for harvest.
You can try to win them all, but you won't.
Eliminate, huh? Ezt kijátszom.
Thing about slings, they hide well.
És megöljük a...
Oh, they're ashamed to let this beauty go to waste.
Can't take it anymore. Got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf I am.
Nem tudom itt a sajátomat.
Stop your yapping and start digging.
Hát szerintem ezzel van befejezzük. Nem fejezzük be. Az nem egy rossz, amúgy. Ez a új lap. Az nem egy rossz lap. Ó, itt van valami. Temariában. Temaria! Hosszú idő óta ez az első értelmes lap. És szerintem ezt a alzúra ki is cserélem. Mert meg tudom sebezni őket mivel, és utána meg kivégzem őket a üsttel. Ami csomó helyzetben mostanában jobb, mint az úrnak a damage-e. Ezt a bontalizmán csak azért hagyom bent, hogy hát ha van valami szerepe, nem hiszem amúgy. De majd meglátjuk. Azt meg nem használjuk ki. Ki kéne? Hát nem tudom. Itt vannak csaták, úgyhogy ezeket kihasználjuk, legfeljebb visszagyaloglunk érte. Nem akarom még elpazarolni a morált.
The Lyrians marched in silence, too tired to keep in step with the drums. Suddenly, the wind rose to a howl, and there was a loud crash of thunder.
Blast!
Maeve leapt from her saddle.
We camp here. Pitch the tents, quickly! Quickly!
As the soldiers rushed to unload the wagons, a wall of water came down, soaking them to the bone. Later, they sat in their leaky tents, huddled, teeth chattering, violent coughs rocking their frames. The storm raged the night through, then finally passed before dawn. Maeve emerged from her tent to wring out her coat. Reynard approached, his gait heavy, his face grim.
Your Majesty, several men of the 11th, a dozen or so, sought to flee last night. Sentries stopped and bound them. Now they await your judgment.
Maeve fastened her still wet coat. She knew well why the men had tried to desert. They longed for their kin, had lost sight of victory, perhaps even no longer believed. Yet the marching and fighting seemed destined to go on forever. The Queen sympathized. She too was spent, and many doubts plagued her. Yet she knew the deserters had to be punished. The question was, to what extent? Meave entered the tent where the prisoners stood. Some of the men looked away, ashamed at their deed. Others raised their gazes to meet hers, their eyes red, tearful, pleading.
You all know the penalty for desertion.
Meave said to the soldiers bound at wrist and foot.
I ought to have every last one of you hanged. Yet, we've come far along a treacherous road. Endured hardships extreme. This I considered against your crime. You shall lose rank and receive no pay for 1 year. Now get out of my sight. Immediately!
The deserters mumbled their gratitude and rushed out of the tent, fearing the Queen might yet change her mind. Meave then left for her quarters, anger and bitterness eating her up from the inside.
Na, még itten próbálnak menekülni a saját embereim.
Gods, have we passed the very threshold into hell?
Close ranks! None is to step off the path without clear orders to do so.
Aha, itt egy csata. Lent nincs semmi. Itt lesz egy csata. Így a morál újra indul. És még hosszú csata is. Nem azért mondom, át tudom érezni őket, mert ez a mocsár már rajtam is kezd kifogni.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Waiting for a personal invitation?
For you, pal! Anything.
Hát elpasszolna a kört. Hál' Istennek. És akkor a következő kör... Ó, itt a dobos, nagyszerű.
Left, right, left, right. Again and again and again.
We must trust each other.
A time to sow and a time to die. I'm a one servant.
Fear not. We shall achieve our goal.
Blood washes away all shame!
What? Oh, yes, I'm on it.
Should have listened to me, old lady.
What you looking at?
Na. Őt meghagyom, a kovácsot meghagyom. Hát ezeket így kijátszom. Kicsebezzünk meg a dobost.
Necessity! Invention's mum.
Enyhén szemétség.
On Handor! Come on, kill me!
El fogja vinni ezt. Jó, hát mondjuk annyira nem vészes, mert neki ettől nem lesz lapja a mapon.
I'll relieve you of that pouch.
Na és akkor 3 lapja maradt, hát azzal már nem tud sok mindent kezdeni. Akkor azért se kell visszajönnünk. És akkor eddig mindent összeszedtünk, úgy látom. És itt lesz még egy csata, még egy szörnycsata. Ide fentre jövünk. Mentett egyet a játék. Aha, itt van valami. Hát jó van. Olyan tök mindegy, egyébként meg a csatamezőn találkoznak, legalább vigyünk egy kicsit. És itt lesz a csata. Fogletek. És utána egy jó darabig nem lesz csata, ide bemegyünk ebbe a kis faluba. Utána egy csomó ideig csak gyaloglás lesz az erre.
Waiting for a personal invitation?
Catch! My favourite cut of lamb? The shank.
Blood washes away all shame!
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me. There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Na még egy kör.
Aye. This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
Tizenötöt, akkor ezt ütjük fel.
For you, pal! Anything!
Következő körben kijátszunk Isbel.
So much anger and suffering. For what?
És akkor 90-et. Hát... hát igen. Erre számítottam. Azt mondja, hogy nagyjából mindent összeszedtünk, utána jön ez a kis falucska, itt tuti lesz valami lore. Akkor a workshopba ezek megvannak. Ehhez kell 2000 fa. Na nézzük, mi van erre. Gondoltam, hogy itt lesz valami szöveg.
While accustomed to life mid swamp monsters and black magic, Angren's denizens never dared enter Isgith. The Lyrians only once saw signs of a human presence there, when they spotted a group of thatched-roof huts amongst alders.
That settlement, is it inhabited?
Meve asked, turning to her scouts.
Impossible to say from this distance, Your Grace.
The Lyrians entered the village, swords in hand, prepared to fight. But not a soul nor a beast came forth. Some homes had collapsed from rot, while tall grass concealed the paths between them. Yet, someone had been there not long past, for fresh ghoul cadavers lay by the well. Meve knelt beside the corpse of one cut clear in half. The beast's killer had been exceptionally strong, and wielded a razor-sharp sword.
Richard, get out.
More are likely to come around.
Meve leapt to her feet. A man in thick leather armor had emerged from one of the huts. Transfixed by his cat eyes, the Queen nonetheless sensed he was rather badly hurt.
Were that true, my scouts would have blown their horns.
The man pulled out a pendant shaped like a bear's head. It hummed and twitched as if striving to free itself of its chain.
Far as monsters go,
he said, lips curling into an unpleasant smile.
Witchers aren't usually wrong.
A moment later, a scream pierced the air. Quickly, instinctively, Meve drew her sword and lunged forth.
Nem Geralt volt az. A fenében. De lehet, hogy ez a Witcher 3-ban a Settarmorból a csávó. A medveiskolás. Az jó lenne. Nem kell. Köszönöm, nem. Dobos az jó. Legyen így. Egyenlőre rövidített bal.
They approach! Seems you were right.
Wanna know why I got my scar?
Again and again and again.
És akkor utána...
I feel a strong magic here, my lady. Something controls these creatures.
Catch!
Armor won't save them.
An army's a waste of time for one like me.
I'll relieve you of that pouch. Getting to work.
Aye.
I'd hoped we could solve this some other way.
We must trust each other.
Should have listened to me old lady.
You must sweat like a swine in that jacket.
What? Oh, yes, I'm on it.
Na és az utolsó lapja.
Death is only the beginning!
Personal invitation.
That'll be the last of them. Should be quiet for a bit.
The Lyrians emerged victorious, due in no small part to the Witcher.
Thanks for the help. Name's Ivo, Witcher, School of the Bear.
Meve, Queen of Lyria and Rivia.
Well, well. Didn't expect to see anyone out here. And certainly not a queen with an army in tow.
We're not here by choice.
I bet not. No one plans to pass through Isgith.
And you? What's brought you here? A contract, perchance?
That's right. Hunting a monster.
I know your services to be rather dear. Who could afford a witcher's bounty in these wretched swamps?
Nilfgaardians.
Blast, of course. Preparing the land for settlement. Cull the monsters, drain the swamp, then bring in slaves. Doubtless from the north.
Maybe. I got paid in advance. I didn't see the need to ask any questions.
But did you have to take the coin? Don't you see what they're doing?
Forgive me, your majesty, but seems to me you're confusing witchers with knights-errant. We don't fight oppression, right wrongs, or avenge orphans. We slay monsters for coin. And it don't matter whose head's on the front or whose coffers it's from.
This beast you're out to slay, what is it?
Hang on. You mean to tell me you've led your force into Isgith and don't even know what lives here?
I believe I was clear. We're not here by choice.
Yeah, but now that you are here, it'll take a minor miracle to get you out. Isgith swamps, realm of a truly dangerous being. Elves call it Gvern Iker, the Bloody Mistress. Over generations, locals twisted the name until it became Gurnikora.
Indeed. I've heard it.
So you've also probably seen her beloved fruit, leeches and ticks. You'd all be wise to stay away from them.
This Gurnikora, what is she exactly?
Depends who you ask. Elves saw a fallen goddess in her. Never managed to cut her down while they lived here, but they did stem her growth, kept her from growing stronger. As for the local humans, spirit of a cursed princess, that's their take. Deep belief, actually.
Care to elaborate?
Stories that she was riding north to marry a Temerian duke. Whole retinue and caravan got lost, wagons got stuck, everybody drowned in the bog. Quicksand got him, that sort of thing. Gurnikora grabbed a root before the quagmire swallowed her whole. Hollered for hours. But there wasn't a soul around to hear her. Leeches, hundreds, covered her, settled in for a royal feast. Sucked her dry, drained her to pretty much the last drop. Fear and revulsion so completely overcame her spirit, she couldn't pass into the afterlife. So she came back, revived by Isgith's magic.
Ugh. A chilling tale.
Yeah, except made up, probably. Don't believe the elven legends either. Gurnikora's a monster, plain and simple. Extremely dangerous, sure, but just a monster.
The leeches and ticks, you called them her fruit.
It's kinda complicated.
We've time enough.
Gurnikora's a little like a vampire. They're kindred creatures. Except, instead of feasting on the blood of others, she feeds them her own.
I'm not certain I understand.
They're parasites, right? She puts them on her body, feeds them her own blood. Then hangs them on shrubs and trees.
Ugh. To what end?
To other monsters, they're delicacies. Sweet, juicy, full of Gurnikora's blood. Irresistible. Any beast that tastes that loses its mind, turns into Gurnikora's slave. So, if your paths cross and push comes to shove, she's not gonna be alone. Find yourself fighting the whole damn swamp.
How are we to fight her? How might she be killed?
Sorry, sharing secrets. Just not something we do.
Not even with those who saved your life just moments past.
We gotta wait till she starts feeding the parasites. She's weakest then. Stand a chance to hurt her.
Right. So we attack only once she puts the leeches to her skin.
Yeah. And when you kill her, if you kill her, any beasts under her spell will weaken considerably. And then, you gotta burn her corpse. I mean it, understand? Burn it.
And you? Will you not hunt her any longer?
No, I will. Just need to prepare. Realized that today. Gotta brew some potions, blade oils. Come back in a few days.
I don't even have that much time. Nilfgaard's hordes pursue us. I must march on.
In that case, wish you luck. Lots of it.
I suppose there's no argument that would persuade you to ride with us.
Your Grace, mutations strip us of emotion, not reason.
The Witcher vanished midst the trees. And Meve simply hoped her soldiers had not overheard any part of their conversation.
Hát ez buli lesz. Nem ezt akarom, fel akarom venni a... Na. Alig kell. Hát menjünk. Mit kaptunk? Kaptunk valami. Jaj, a Witcher képességet, a pajzsot, az immunitást. Itt ezt. Magical Barrier. Ez olyan béna lap amúgy szerintem. Tehát így... Minek? Esetleg ha rá tudnánk rakni a... Sidemenekre, akkor megérheti. Na mi van ebbe a házba? Lemegy a morál. Hát nem sokat érdekel, hogy lemegy a morál most. Na. Megvan az a pajzs is, annak is sok értelmét látom, elég gyenge lap. Ma annyi spell van. 8 armor, hát aztán nem sokra megyünk. Na, kész vagyunk a bázissal, kifejlesztettünk mindent. És akkor a lokkolt lapok. Rengeteg fa még itt is, úristen. Na, ez csak... Hogy hívják, kerül? Csinálunk egyet. Hát, tradelünk pár darab fát. Szerintem, vagy... Ennyit eltradelek most. Adaptet legyártjuk. Ezt be is rakom a seregembe. Hol vannak? Ezeket a harcosokat kiszedem. Hogy kiszedjem? Hát nem tudom. Lehet, hogy berakjuk őket, mert így a adepttel tudunk velük játszani. Na nézzük, hogy mi kell még. Még ennyi van. Úgyhogy... Gyártsuk csak le mindet, amit tudunk. Ez elég drága. És a mantlet az mibe kerül? 250, akkor még 3-at kell tradelni. Na és akkor már nincs olyan lap, amit ne gyártottunk volna, ne? Úgyhogy a bázist így szerintem teljes mértékben kimaxoltuk. Gondolom, mit lesz a csata banyával. Itt van. Ami lesz itt.
Caldwell had summoned Nilfgaardian support. Meve assumed they were not far behind. Yet in the unforgiving terrain, a full Nilfgaardian division could not hope to close the gap. Small detachments, however, light cavalry or footmen, could very well do just that. So when black-clad men emerged from the mist, the Queen was not surprised. She ordered her troops to fall in, form up, and brace to defend the line. Yet the attack never came. The invaders stood silent, motionless. And Meve got a closer look. They were slouched, ashen-faced, unsure of step, and covered in sores. Isgith had treated them as cruelly as any. Teetering in his saddle, the commander broke formation. He rode forth and addressed the Queen in fluent common tongue.
Half my men are wounded, the others sick. Your force does not fare much better.
True. Yet we outnumber you soundly.
Indeed. If it comes to combat, you are certain to win. But in this damn swamp, all wounds fester. Flesh is quick to rot. You will lose many more apart from those who fall.
What do you mean, precisely?
Asked the Queen, her eyes narrowing, her head tilted to the side.
We should part ways in peace. There's a war on, there'll be another chance to fight. Perhaps even face one another. But not here. And not like this.
Suddenly unsure, the Queen weighed the officer's words. Their logic was sound, though they could also prove a ruse.
Your Grace.
Xavier's voice came from behind Meve's back.
We can't let them pass. They've done only harm, and they'll not stop and go home.
Alas, I see things differently.
Meve said with a sly smile.
Crush you now, and I'll have fewer to fight down the line.
You seem sure of yourself, milady.
Let me show you why. At them!
Meve gave her mount a lash of her reins and charged headlong at the commander and his force.
Nem engedünk el senkit. Az jó. Jó, egy dobos, az jó.
We will not surrender without a fight.
I smell a leak.
Order!
Is that really necessary?
You mad? Don't shake that!
An army's a waste of time for one like me.
Life is mine now.
Left, right, left, right.
It's not too late to walk away.
Hát le fogják szedni szerintem Izbelt.
Wise choice.
Így gondoltam én is.
One bolt all I need.
Waiting for a personal invitation?
Company! Forward march!
All right, that's no problem.
Looking to dance, mate? What you looking at?
What do you want of me?
I'd hoped we could solve this some other way.
Notice! All roads lead to Nilfgaard.
Ezt egyből elnyomjuk.
Order will triumph. It must triumph.
Necessity. Invention's mum.
Order!
Quiet, or the commissar will hear.
God is Freya!
Brach! Scheiß! In train!
Off to the front yet again.
They spoke the truth. You show no mercy. No mercy.
Amidst the fog and dense, gnarled forest, the battle ran its course. When the last sounds of fighting had died down, Meve was not sure who'd prevailed. Then soldiers came forth, fatigued and hurt, with smiles on their lips. She saw they were hers, and only then knew victory was hers as well. But this was no time to celebrate. She let everyone rest, then gave the order to resume the march. A great Nilfgaardian force pursued them. This most recent delay had allowed it to draw nearer.
Csóri kis Nilfgaardiek. Combat. Dat indevök. Na, megnézzük, hogy milyen ez a csata.
Waiting for a personal invitation? Come on, kill me! Hát csak kéne egy kis...
An army's a waste of time for one like me.
Elég sokat beáldoztam alapjaim közül.
As today the day?
Death is only the beginning!
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
As ordered.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die. Aye. This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
Na nézzük, hogy mit tud kezdeni. Flader olyan idegesítő. Na már csak az a rész van ott fenn. Na menjünk. Úgy lesz valami sztori.
The Lyrian force had reached the very heart of Isgith. From every branch, vine and shrub hung leeches and ticks by the dozen. Swollen with blood, their abdomens glistened, glowing red in the misty air so putrid it set Maeve's head to spinning. She paused at a moss-covered boulder, pressed her flushed forehead against its cool surface. Her soldiers passed by, pallid, filthy, drained. She wished to say something, lift their spirits, but instead a cough rattled her breast. Suddenly, splashes all around Maeve in the water, as if a rain of fist-sized drops had begun to fall. The Queen lifted her heavy gaze. Seemingly on command, ticks and leeches dropped into the warm, soupy waters, then clumsily wriggled off toward a dead alder grove. Maeve knew at once what skulked behind the trees. Gurnicora, Isgith's mistress, Isgith's queen.
Weapons at the ready!
The Queen roared.
Close ranks!
The Lyrians quickly converged, formed a wall of shields, and crouched behind them. Terrified, they stared as a multitude of eyes flashed open midst the branches while revolting, muck-covered beasts rose from the gurgling waters around. Maeve silently uttered a prayer. Hail, Melitele, great mother, maiden and crone,
ever have us in your care.
$110! Azt a mindenit.
Everyone, rally to me!
Death is only the beginning!
Majesty! These parasites, they feed on her blood!
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Give me a target.
Looking to dance, mate?
Fear not. We shall achieve our goal.
This harvest will be reaping black cloud heads.
How quickly the scales tip.
Left, right, left, right.
What you looking at?
Everyone, rally to me!
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Majesty! These parasites, they feed on her blood!
Kipróbáljuk.
Watch your heads! As ordered.
Got a death wish?
Lyria!
Tell me you jest.
How quickly the scales tip.
Left, right, left, right.
Aye.
My favourite cut of lamb? The shank. Blood washes away all shame!
These ghastly beasts can be slain. They can be overcome.
Company! Forward march!
Again and again.
Feel any burning? See a local healer or wise woman.
Ah, should have listened to me old lady.
I believe it's dead.
Of the battle in Isgith, Meve remembered very little. It seemed a nightmare, its details a haze, the sensations very real. Midst a thick fog, she fought in a frenzy, desperately hacking at the scourge that advanced from all sides. In the end, silence fell over the swamp. Its boiling waters lay calmed. The ticks and leeches were gone, while Guernicora lay among rotting leaves, covered in blood, unmoving, but still a fearsome sight.
Burn the corpse,
Rasped the Queen.
and we move on.
The soldier's eyes darted about in a series of silent glances. It took Meve a moment to realize the difficulty. They still feared it. Though the monster's lifeless body lay on the ground, they dared not go near. Were she to repeat the order, they would carry it out. Yet she did not wish to force that on them. Swallowing her own revulsion, she walked up to Guernicora's corpse and set it alight. The air soon filled with the suffocating stench of burning hair and flesh. Sparks belched out as melting fat fell on flame. Until finally, nothing was left of the bloody mistress but scorched bone. The Lyrians resumed their march towards the banks of the Yaruga. They forced their weary legs to maintain a swift pace, and stole no second glance at what they'd left behind.
Hát ez nagyon gusztustalan egy kép. De ha nem, akkor itt mi van? Itt csak egy sima csata van? De gusztustalan. Nem, egy érdekes egy képesség. Még ez hasznosnak is minősített. Nem tudom, van-e olyan teljesítmény Steam-en belül, hogy támasszunk fel egyszerre több ilyen disgraced katonát? Ez érdekelne. De hát majd kipróbáljuk, berakjuk mindet, aztán küzdünk, amíg küzdeni kell. No, a Drogovit. Aha, itt a láda majd. Na, itt lesz valami.
One day, the quartermaster approached with news to report. Alas, bad news.
Your Grace, our food stocks have near run out. And about villages, folk have naught to spare, not even to trade.
The Queen dispatched small groups of scouts. They were to scour the countryside for hunting camps, beekeepers, charcoal burners, any souls willing to trade food for coin or goods. The first scouts came back around dusk. The last 3 detachments returned not at all. At first, Meave suspected they'd fallen prey to monsters, the beastly or Nilfgaardian kind. Later, she learned the men had left naught of their belongings behind. She'd been soft-hearted toward deserters. This lot decided they, too, would give it a try. That night, Meave lay still but sleepless. Beneath thin covers, she was cold, hungry, irate. Towering alders grow thick in Isgith, their crowns weaving an expansive canopy that obscures the sky. Any sunbeams to slip through this twisted thicket scatter in the milky mist below. Thus the marsh abides in a state of perpetual twilight, wherein a sense of time and direction are easily lost. As the force moved along, a glow appeared in the trees. The Lyrians squinted, their mouths agape in wonder. An orb hung over the water, pulsating, humming. It circled the soldiers, darted off a distance, then hovered as if waiting.
A will-o'-the-wisp, that is,
whispered one of the footmen.
Believe it's keen to show us something.
Meave knew the wisp could prove treacherous, lead them into a trap. Nonetheless, she followed, though not entirely certain why. Her soldiers seemed eager. She sensed they approved. Yet she was also simply curious.
We follow it. Carefully. Weapons at the ready.
As the wisp led the Lyrians down a narrow, winding path, Meave surveyed her surroundings warily. Beads of sweat emerged upon her brow, but her fears in the end proved unfounded. For at the path's end, the troops found what appeared to be a caravan's remains. Its wagons, rot-eaten, half-buried in the bog, had sat there for decades, perhaps longer. Despite this, gilded panels and scraps of silver-threaded fabric showed they'd once been rather ornate. Inside the wagons, the soldiers discovered many steel crates. Rust-covered but intact, they contained truly dazzling treasures. Sacks bulging with gold coin, pearl-encrusted goblets, exotic velvets and silks in beads.
Blimey, the sheer amount. And here of all places,
a footman muttered under his breath. Meave quickly pieced it all together. She too had once ridden in such a caravan, splendid and laden with gold, when she'd left her home to marry. The rest of the story was not difficult to divine. This was a maiden's dowry. She and her retinue lost their way. Isgith proved their grave, unbeknownst to any other. The wisp circled Meave's party, blinked several times, then faded into thin air. The troops resumed their march, and all seemed in order. Seemed, for soon several footmen were discovered to be gone. Greed had been their ruin. They'd grabbed too much. The loot had weighed them down, and the marsh had embraced them.
Annyi pénzünk van. Az igen. Na hát essünk neki, próbáljuk meg a... mit akartam megcsinálni. Hát ezt mondjuk addig fogom húzatni, amíg nem kapom meg a lapokat. Csalás, nem csalás, de...
Think I'm a beer! Don't need no weapon!
Come on, kill me!
Left, right, left, right.
De igazság szerint tele tudom nyomni az egész mapját, hogy hívják a larakászokkal. Ezt leszedettem.
When will you ever learn?
Discipline shall bring us victory!
Should have listened to me, old lady.
What? Oh, yes, I'm on it.
Company! Forward march!
Again and again and again.
Looking to dance, mate?
Are you mad? Don't shake that!
Wanna know why I got my scar?
Ludicrous! Give me some of that.
My disgrace ends here! Time I wiped it away!
This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads. One bullet's all I need. Give me a target.
Have her done in a jiffy.
Na mi ez a puzzle? Fura, hogy nem jár érte semmi. Hát nem látok semmit, úgyhogy haladjunk. Várjatok. Táborba akartam kiszedni a... Na itt vagyok, csak volt egy kis dolgom. Azt mondja, hogy... Mit akartam? Ezeket kiszedem én, nem kellene. Meg vannak náluk jobb egységek. De adaptet beraktam, még egyszer sem tudtam ezt felhúzni. Én abból amúgy csinálok még. Hol van? Zöldnek kell lennie. Itt van. Kettőből elég, de ezt ki akarom még próbálni.
In evading Nilfgaard's banners, Meve led her force into Angren's wildest reaches. The foe could not attack the Lyrians there, yet hazards of another sort befell them. One day they reached a quagmire too vast and deep to ford. So the queen summoned her engineer, Xavier, and called on him to build a makeshift bridge. By nightfall, he had drawn up plans.
We shall start by laying abutments, then drive piles into the mire.
The depth?
We dropped plumb lines. 4 L's.
Consumed by the plans, Meve did not see as Xavier slipped a line off his shoulder. By the time she felt it on her throat, she feared it might be too late.
I long awaited this moment, when we would be alone. You die now, Majesty, and with you dies Lyria's, Rivia's, the whole North's will to resist. Hail, Ketzer! Hail!
What died was the Nilfgaardian rallying cry in Xavier's throat. At the last instant, Gascon and Reynard rushed in to save the warrior queen, and thus proved their loyalty beyond any doubt.
Your Grace! Your Grace!
There was no answer, but Reynard could hear her breathe. Meve would live. It was several hours later when Meve finally came to. She opened her eyes, then Gascon and Reynard helped her to her feet.
Enyhén áruló.
Careful, Your Majesty.
I should have been more careful earlier. Damn it. If you two hadn't...
No need for words. You needn't mention it.
I couldn't disagree more. We're due for a long conversation. First of all, I owe you thanks. Second, my trust in you both has been heavily tarnished. I believe that goes without saying. Yet today you proved beyond all doubt that I can rely on you. So I thank you.
To serve under your banner, Majesty, 'tis an honor.
Odo plusz! Jesus! Hát erre vártunk már a játék eleje óta. Nagyon durva!
Likely I'd have put it differently, but Reynard seems to have the right idea.
Very well. We've reassured ourselves of admiration for one another enough. We've matters to which we must attend. I trust as I lay there dead to the world you did not sit about with your thumbs up your bums. Have you at least learned why Xavier betrayed us? Sided with the Empire?
In a manner of speaking, yes.
Your Grace,
The rogue who lunged at you, in truth, was one Gwalter ep Lwynoch, a Nilfgaardian spy.
This discovery you made how?
We found in his toolbox a concealed compartment, letters inside. Though encrypted, we managed to decipher them. They were the Grey Rider for you to read.
A swine. An Imperial spy in my ranks this whole time. But to wait so long to strike, why?
He'd only just received the order. Another letter in the box, signed by General Eb Dahi, stated, "To Gwalter ep Lwynoch, eliminate M at first opportunity."
Honourless bastards. They'll stop at nought.
Now, Maeve, you'll gain nought by getting riled. No sense to it. This is good news, in fact.
Is that so?
Think. Ep Dahi had a spy in our midst. He knew our movements, had his eye on us, his finger on the pulse. He knew our plans, who we parlayed with, and yet he didn't order your assassination. For you posed no threat. Well, clearly so much changed. Congratulations. Nilfgaard fears you now.
And rightly so. Just a moment, that makes no sense. He saved my life in Mahakam, on the bridge.
He did, for he had to.
In one of the letters we found, Ep Dahi orders Gwalter to watch over Elder-in-Chief Hoog. The Scoia'tael in the mountains was sent there by Nilfgaard to recruit dwarves, but their commander, the Vixen, they feared she'd attack Bruva himself, something Eb Dahi wished to avoid.
Naturally. For someone else could seize power, someone not so neutrally inclined. Someone more likely to aid me, gods forbid. But we found him in the rubble at Rosberg, midst the ashes.
Precisely what placed him beyond suspicion.
We suspect Gwalter enlisted with the Edanians some years past, infiltrated that army.
He had a hand in Rosberg's defence. Then, when the time was right, he lent that same hand to its demise. Caused an explosion that tore a hole through its walls. It worked, but at a price. He suffered severe burns. If not for our medics, he'd have...
Stop. So it was not elves who brought about the fort's fall as he claimed?
A filthy lie to stoke the fires of racial hatred, to stir conflict and chaos and rage that would make the realm of Edirn waver and fall.
If we're to judge by Rayla's actions, he was rather successful.
Bastard. Yet even so badly hurt, in such pain, not for a moment did he drop his mummer's act.
I've heard much of Nilfgaardian spies, Your Grace. They're trained from childhood, face constant indoctrination. They do anything for the Emperor, anything and everything. As soon as Gwalter spotted a chance to join our ranks, to be at your side, he took it, exploited it ably.
To be brief, I've traitors all about me.
Your Grace, you resent our actions, I understand, but...
You, Willem, the Cad Caldwell, Gascon, Gabor, finally Xavier. Tell me how. How am I to trust anyone?
You can't. Amongst all the realms in the north, you're Nilfgaard's sole rival. One remaining threat. All other rulers, either soundly defeated and enchained, or tails tween their legs, they've donned Nilfgaard's leash. The Black-Clads will do all to destroy you, if not upon the field, then in secret, with an assassin and a quick, sharp blade.
What's left? Prayer. My little A2 is sure to turn and take Nilfgaardian gold sooner or later. Ugh. We've talked enough. We must form up. Move on.
Majesty, you ought to rest. You stand swaying. Your step can't be too sure.
Only my horse needs step true.
Maeve, you've just about had the life choked out of you. No time to play the hero.
I'm not Gascon. Quite the opposite, actually. These damn swamps, they terrify me. I wish to get the hell out and never, ever look back.
The Aruga lies near. I sent scouts ahead. They've secured a barge. We can sail to Red Lobindon.
Splendid. Sound the horns. We march.
Azt a mindenit. Megint áruló, mindjárt áruló van itt. Odó. Az igen! Az igen! Az nagyon imba. Úristen! Hol vannak order... vagy... Ja, orderösök kellene. Nem tudok kikeresni? De orderre. Így viszont ennek van értelme. Vagy így ki tudom őket nyiratni a pályáról. Fú, igazság szerint ez kéne nekem. Ezek maradhatnak. De ezek úgyis eltűnnek a mapról. És akkor kell még az, amit előbb néztem. Ez így. Két bomber, két spalla, blacksmith. Hát arbalisták kellenek még nekünk. Nem rosszak, de... Kivesszük az arbalistákat szerintem már. Meg ebből is egyet kiveszek szerintem. Sőt, lehet kettőt is. Nem kellenek már ezek nekünk. Még akkor is megpróbálom egyszer őket megcsinálni normálisra. Hova kell mennünk? És ide fog áthajózni minket szerintem. Vagy ide, szerintem ez a Red Lobby minden. Legalábbis remélem, mert más nem láttam. Ó. Imádkozunk egyet. Itt se tudunk átmenni, úgyhogy nem hiszem, hogy oda el tudunk jutni. Hát meg, hogy kimarad, hát most nem érdekel nagyon most már. Szerintem oda fogunk visszajukadni. Legalábbis én úgy érzem. De itt se hagytunk el semmit. Mondom, szerintem itt fog kirakni minket és így jövünk ki. Legalábbis én úgy veszem észre. Meg szerintem meg vagyunk a ládákkal. Beszéljünk. Igen.
Sandflies and mosquitoes blanketed Maeve's face and neck. She did not bother to brush them away. She'd been in Angren long enough to know more would come in their place.
Your Majesty.
Reynard called from behind.
Our scouts have returned. We've a large force of blackclads on our tail, infantry and horsemen, and they draw nearer.
Blast!
Maeve wiped away the sweaty hair stuck to her brow.
What say you, Reynard? Shall we give them a fight?
We're but a few miles from the river where a barge awaits. It makes no sense to battle now.
Though near her strength's end, Maeve stepped up her pace. She could not wait to stand upon a barge deck and leave Angren's infernal bogs behind. Alas, in place of the promised vessel, they found only severed moorings.
No! No, it can't be!
Suddenly, Maeve drove her fist into the trunk of the nearest tree. Fortunately, a soft and rotted one.
This isn't so!
Your Grace, have mercy. I stepped away but for a spell.
Croaked a scout, pale as a ghost.
And thieves jumped out the underbrush. Fell upon it. Whole band of them. A white-hair warrior. A minstrel. And a lass. What had a bow.
Well, is that all?
Interrupted Gascon.
No vampire sat upon an ass with no saddle.
Get out,
You're cocked up, man. Damn it. Maeve, what now?
The Queen turned back towards the swamp. Between the trees she glimpsed a golden sun glimmering upon a banner.
We shall discuss that later,
said the Queen, drawing her sword.
provided we survive.
Gascont is be tudnánk rakni most már szerintem.
Everyone, rally to me! Drive them back!
Thing about slings, they hide well.
Life is mine now.
Left, right, left, right.
Allez, gloire!
Hey? Ever have a stone knock out one of your teeth?
Aye.
Wise choice.
What's a helmet if not a pot turned over?
Again and again and again.
Szükségünk van Reynardra.
Uvini gloire!
All right, that's no problem.
Blood washes away all shame!
Ah, should have listened to me old lady.
Order!
Watch your heads!
Alba! Life is mine now. Gloire! I'll relieve you of that pouch. Burak! Yes.
Nes tedatu.
Destillat Zweifel! Ja! Ja!
Elhörter.
My boots got sand aplenty in them.
Yes. Destillat Zweifel!
Brach! Scheiß! In train!
Your Grace, that was but their vanguard.
Near the battle's end, Meve faced a black-clad officer. Nimbly dodging his strike, she countered. The Queen's sword sank deep, the hilt rattling his breastplate. A rush of hot blood covered Meve's hands. The winged helmet toppled from the officer's head, exposing a sweaty face, gasping for breath.
When?
Before the Queen stood a ruddy-haired boy with long eyelashes. He was Willem's age, perhaps a bit older. His body slumped, then disappeared beneath the malodorous foam atop the murky waters. Meve cast away her sword as if it had burned her hand.
Majesty, what is it? Are you hurt?
Reynard said, rushing to her side.
No, I'm not. It's fine. Give the order to march. With no barge, we must walk to Red Lobington along the riverbank.
Your Majesty, we must tend to the wounded. Use the rest of the day, I wager.
We ain't time enough for that.
Interjected Gascon.
That was but the vanguard sent in pursuit to slow us down. And even so, they outnumbered us 2 to 1. What happens when the main force arrives? We must flee. Now.
And abandon the injured, to bleed to death in the mud.
Alas, Reynard, yes. Unless you'd rather we stayed and died with them.
Gascon is right. Should Nilfgaard close the distance between us, we'll stand little chance.
Phew. At least you've the sense to...
But I would sooner perish than let my men rot in this accursed swamp. The medics will tend to all the wounded. Then, what will be will be.
I tell you what'll be.
Snarled Gascon.
Ep die, he'll take a butcher's hook and gut you. Then hang you from Lyria capital's walls. Yet, if this be your wish...
Meve waited for the medics to sew the last stitch, tie off the last bandage. Only then did she order her force to move out. At the column's end, upon stretchers, lay those without the strength to walk, consumed by fever, dazed or unconscious, dying. Fatigued and laden with the wounded, the Lyrians moved slow as molasses. Soon Nilfgaard's forward elements had caught up. The blackclads nipped at the Lyrian's tail with arrow volleys from the cover of trees and occasional forays by cavalry. They were in no hurry. They could torment their foes, weaken their spirit before the final clash.
Na jó, elmegyek vacsorázni. Egy olyan 15 perc. Utána visszajövünk, és akkor ezt a zónát már befejezzük. Nem sok van belőle. Na, akkor 15 perc szünet. Addig mindenki mozgassa meg magát, meg egyen valamit, és akkor visszajövünk utána. Na, visszatértünk, úgyhogy... Aha, jól gondoltam, hogy itt fejezzük be. Nem maradt semmi, úgy látom. Na, menjünk.
At long last, Meave spotted a dark form spanning the river's course, Red Lobendon's Bridge. Just a brief stretch more, and the Lyrians would find themselves beyond the invaders' grasp, free and clear of bogs, and the beasts that prowled them. Yet joy at this sight soon gave way to despair. The bridge was dark, black, from the horde of Nilfgaardians that held it. Clearly the Blackclads had divined the path of Meave's flight, and had cut off her last means of escape.
That's it. We're dead men. All! They'll cut us down to the last!
Meave shut her eyes, felt them sting with fatigue. She knew when she turned she could not show her men 1 ounce of fear, 1 pinch of doubt. She gripped her reins tightly. The leather dug into her skin, helping her hold back her tears. And when the Queen finally spoke, her voice was strong and boomed over the river's roar.
I know what you wish to hear.
The Queen began.
That the gods watch over us. That we'll come through the fray unharmed. That a friendly force is but moments away. Those would be lies. The truth is as bitter as it is undeniable. We stand cornered. Cannot win this fight. Cannot flee it. We can but choose how to die. Hanged from the boughs like common criminals, or weapons in hand, like the fighters we are. I've made my choice. Time you made yours!
With that cry, Meave broke for the bridge toward a forest of spears into a deluge of arrows. She let the tears fall from her eyes, tears of rage, fear, fatigue. It was not until she'd almost reached the enemy line that she dared glance backward. And she saw she was not alone.
Király! Hosszú csata. Elfejtettem berakni Gaskon.
Defend the Queen! Valyria!
Semmi, nem is választotok. Úristen. Jó, egyből kezdjük.
I smell a leak.
Ezt be kell gyújtani. Nem játszok azokkal a köcsögökkel ott hátul.
Again and again and again.
Nilfgaard! Úristen, de szét vannak ugrantva.
We may die here today, but not on our hands and knees!
Looking to dance, mate?
Hol van? Vissza kell hoznom.
Tell me you jest.
An army's a waste of time for one like me.
Inarin Yalde Kronfair.
Left, right, left, right.
So much anger and suffering. For what?
My disgrace ends here. Time I wiped it away.
Thing about slings, they hide well.
Your Grace, our soldiers, they flee! Defend the Queen! Valyria!
De miért nem választhatom ki az elsőbe? Borzasztó.
Again and again and again. An army's a waste of time for one like me.
We may die here today, but not on our hands and knees!
Doubt I'll ever pay off these school loans.
My disgrace ends here. Time I wiped it away.
Inarin Yalde Kronfair. Barbarians.
Muszáj vagyok passzolni egy kört. Ez az első sor az kegyetlen volt, ezt nem lehetett így.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! We're friend, not foe!
Damn it, just gets better and better.
Get out!
To the bridge! Cut the way back to the bridge! Bolster the defense!
Ezeket úgy utálom.
Now, how did that incantation go?
Not supposed to be any smoke.
Commissar will hear.
Thing about slings, they hide well.
Ezek rettentő idegesítő lapok.
Your Grace, our soldiers, they flee!
Kicserélek pár egységet a izébe, mert ez így nem lesz jó. Először is. Tudom, hogy az order jó dolog, de ezzel nem tudok mit kezdeni, velük se tudok mit kezdeni. Lojalistákat kiszedjük, mert nem tudunk velük semmit kezdeni. Gászkornak mi a képességünk? Nézzünk csak szét, mink van. Bannernek, na itt például sem értem a bannernek, valami más kell. Ez lehet, hogy nem lenne rossz, csak hát 6 kör az rengeteg. Szükségünk van damage-re, és azt itt fogjuk a arbalistákban megtalálni. Vagy nem? Nem, arbalista nem jó ide, szerintem. Másra lesz szükségünk. Pitfall Trap az működhet. Pitfall Trap. Ez nem izéhez tartozik? Azt hittem, hogy az a... hogy hívják, azt kell. Nem, ordert nem rakunk be. A trófeát elviszi. Gaszkont is berakjuk. Így próbáljuk meg. Az igazság szerint olyan lenne jó, ami tudja gyógyítani az egységeinket, de hát olyan nincsen. Tudtommal. Hát próbáljuk meg így. Kivettem mindenkit, aki nem volt hasznosa.
At long last, Mivsha.
Defend the Queen! Valyria!
We may die here today, but not on our hands and knees!
Hey?
Barbarians.
Oh, Lady Margarita told us of this.
Ever have a stone knock out one of your teeth?
Jó.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! We're friends, not foe!
Damn it, just gets better and better.
To the bridge! Cut away back to the bridge! Bolster the defense!
dram of glue, a bit of soldering, a rivet or two, and it's good as new.
Nem.
I warned you.
Következő körben majd csináljuk. Ez kell.
Have it the white of an eye from half a league away.
Az most búszolja magát, meglövi ezt, de Geráltal meg is tudjuk. Nem is. De most már muszáj, ha már búszolta. Jó.
Destillat Seifel!
Így már van esélyünk nyerni. Azt mondja, hogy...
Doubt I'll ever pay off these school loans.
Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
You must sweat like a swine in that jacket.
Of course, as you wish, master. Coin never stinks, no matter how rank the pouch. Quiet, or the commissar will hear.
Brach! Scheiß! In! Zwei!
Kedze!
Feel any burning? See a local healer or wise woman.
Egreto dum anime est, spes est.
Your Majesty, no!
I've lost my tooth. Foot of a whore.
Hey, hey, don't toss that. It's perfectly usable. Life is mine now. Wise choice. Order!
My prescription, a bit of bloodletting.
Have her done in a jiffy. Got a death wish?
Fall back! Below it!
Meve was victorious on the banks of the Yaruga, but paid dearly for it. She lost a host of men and suffered harm herself. Yet she'd have been doomed, if not for a certain white-haired witcher. Meve longed to meet her mysterious savior, and set off in search of him as soon as the battle dust had settled. She found him with the field surgeon and learned he was none other than the Witcher Geralt. Yes, incredible as it may seem, I've heard the tale from several and can vouch for its truth. At any rate, making naught of the fact that Geralt's ears were ringing from a blow with a mace, Meve began immediately to interrogate him.
You for Faith Woodbridge?
Asked Meve, prodding him insistently. For a spell, Geralt worried his hearing was shot, but then realized the Queen had a lisp.
Worked out that way, I guess.
You guess?
Meve gagged on the blood in her mouth.
Someone hold me!
The Queen felt Geralt merited the highest honor, a knighthood. Another monarch might have delayed until a more opportune time, but not Meve. Meve delayed nothing.
Count Odo, you, sir, do thee honours. Alas, I cannot because of my tooth.
For valor shown in battle, I, Meve, by the gods' grace, Queen of Lyria and Rivia, hereby do knight thee.
Geralt of place unknown, the bridge you felled with men from Rivia. Or so you guess. I guess it falls to me to dub thee Geralt of Rivia.
Meve had come home, though by a circuitous route, through Edern's smoking embers, Angren's beast-infested quagmires, cross Mahakam's snow-capped ridges. But she had returned, cloaked in legend, a mighty army in tow. The moment was weighty, and not to be tainted even by Geralt of Rivia's disappearance, or dare we say desertion. The hero of the battle for the bridge was now a sought man. Yet Meve was determined to take back her realm, with or without the Witcher's aid. The Lyrians' daring escapade behind enemy lines, and the triumphant victory at the battle for the bridge that crowned it, breathed new life into the North's war effort. Bands of resistance fighters now swarmed the conquered lands, while Cedwyn and Redania, on the verge of swearing fealty to the Emperor, suddenly broke off talks with the invader. The Nilfgaardian war machine suddenly screeched to a halt, and the tide of war turned. Facing a united North, the invader had to withdraw the bulk of its forces from Lyria and Rivia. The way was cleared for Meve to retake her lost lands, defeat General Epdahi, and depose Willem. Or perhaps mother and son would not have to fight after all.
Milady, I come at King Willem's bidding.
Prince Willems.
His Majesty proposes a meeting. No arms, no escorts.
His Majesty? Whelp's barely tall enough to reach his mother's bosom. For shame!
Silence. Let him say his piece.
His Majesty, Willem I, wishes to discuss the possibility of a truce.
He wishes to surrender. Is that his aim?
Your words, not mine, Your Grace.
I've a few more on the tip of my tongue. But save them I shall for later.
Willem I's chosen the site for the parley. In...
Willem I will choose nought. If he wishes to speak, let him meet me midst the ruins of Devil's Tower.
Understood, Your Grace. I'll relay your terms.
Willem's emissary rode off, serenaded by hisses and jeers. Frightened by the clamor, his horse reared and kicked. The rider forced his mount to obey with cracks of his crop, striking many more times than was necessary.
The fool. Nag'll toss him off first chance it gets. Soon as he loosens the reins.
No great loss, I wager. But tell me, your thoughts on this reunion?
Sounds a ruse to me. But I know that won't stop you.
Whence this certainty?
Come now, Meve. At the end of it all, he's your son. You still care about him, it's obvious.
You're absolutely right.
Perhaps let bygones be bygones. Perhaps it's not too late.
Only one way to know. Let's go.
Meve rode out clad in golden plate, her banners waving proudly overhead. She no longer led a band of ragtag partisans, but an army able to fend off an empire and drive its soldiers from her lands.
Az igen.
Ma'am, I've something you must see without undue delay.
Ebdahi is küldött nekünk.
You need my help with anything? Anything at all. I've ideas aplenty.
Long you've travelled, Barnabas. The wonders you must have seen. Likely visited many exotic lands before you reached Mahakam.
Corvia, yes. Matina, yes. Nazir, doubly. Zeracania, gods, yes. And Korath, even. I mean, such beauty there, though hot. Oh, dreadfully so. Horrible place to grow turnips, if you've ever a mind to try. Novigrad. Lived there a spell as well, but I didn't much care for it.
Why ever not?
The hierarch, intractable man, banned one of my inventions, condemned it as unholy, vile, etc., etc. Decided he would burn both of us at the stake. As you can imagine, we had a difference of opinion in that regard.
Perhaps I shall regret this, but do tell. What was the thing you created exactly?
I knew you'd be interested. You've a curious mind, dear Queen. We're two peas of a feather. Quite the clever contraption it was. Made for a widow, wealthy, but aching with longing. In her husband's absence, tormented by unfulfilled needs.
Stop right there. I knew I'd regret asking.
See, it had this special crank that when rotated...
Barnabas, no, enough.
As you command, Your Majesty. But if you ever get the urge to see it, I've the prototype still tucked away in my trunk.
Noted. But by the gods, please, let's change the subject. Time I attended to other matters.
Ah, yes, you're still here.
Itt is van 6 golden chest. Jézus! Mi csináljak én itt? Hát ez elég hosszúnak tűnik. Hát ez még azért rengeteg játékidőnek tűnik. Jó van. Szerintem itt abba adjuk, és innen fogjuk folytatni a következő részben. Köszönöm, hogy velem tartottatok, jó éjszakát, sziasztok!